Okay, good morning everybody. Welcome to Norwich City Council Licensing Subcommittee. It's Tuesday, 7th of February 2023. We've got one main item on the agenda today, which is the application for grant of a premises licence for 1 Red Lion Street in Norwich. Okay, so I'll introduce myself. I'm the chair today, Ian Stuteley, and to my right we've got Councillor Claire Kidman, Councillor Julie Brochek-Colton. To my left, we've got David Lowens from MP Law, who will be providing the legal assistance today, and a colleague also from MP Law. We've got Rachel Bennett, who's our Public Protection Licensing Advisor, and Leonie, who's our from the committee team, and we'll introduce members of the public as we go. So I'll start with apologies, please. And there are none. And also declarations of interest. Again, I'm looking and there are none. So we'll go straight on to application of grant of a premises licence for 1 Red Lion Street in Norwich. Rachel, please, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. The report is an application for the grant of a new premises licence, and the proposed DPS is Mr. Zafar Aslandok. Excuse me. The licenceable activities are set out on the application form, which is attached to Appendix A of the report. And the Appendix A also includes steps to promote the licensing objectives in their proposed operating schedule. As for representations, the police made representation, and the applicant has agreed to conditions proposed by them. Public Protection raised a representation, but this was then withdrawn as excuse me, as the applicant agreed to amendments and conditions, and a copy of this is attached to Appendix C of the report. There were no further representations from responsible authorities, but local residents. There were 11 representations, and copies of these are attached to Appendix D. Appendix E is an email from the applicant confirming that he's withdrawn recorded music from his application. Appendix F is an email from Objector Jane Backhouse, which informs of her recent discussions with planning. And the subcommittee should consider the grant application as asked, modify the conditions of the licence by altering, omitting or adding to them, reject the whole or part of the application, or refuse to accept the proposed DPS. Running through those appendices again, we've got the application form, police representation, public protection team representation, copies of all objections from local residents, the email withdrawing recorded music, and additional information from the objector. The late papers you should have received include 2 further plans of the premises with red outlines showing licensable areas.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so the late papers show the new plan. We'll talk about that. Actually, I think maybe we'll start with that, because those papers have been distributed just now. So, for the benefit of members of the public, David, can you explain how the plan has changed and what it means in practice, please, with reference to the applicant if needed?
Chair, my understanding is that the applicant sent 2 plans through, was it yesterday, to the licensing team, or the end of last week?
Yeah, more like Friday. Yeah. In fact, I sent those plans previously, but clearer plans are required, so we just refresh the drawings.
Member Cheese, you might please. Thank you.
So, in fact, I sent those plans previously, but there was a clearer drawing required, so I drew it again and then sent it on Friday.
So this committee will need to consider the licensable areas you're seeking and the locations of those licensable areas. The agenda already contained a plan for each floor, albeit a little unclear as to the coloured area. In respect of the proposed rooftop terrace, am I right in thinking that the plan with the small area of red, by comparison to the rest, shows the area proposed to be licensed for the retail sale of alcohol?
Yes.
In respect of the other plan you sent towards the end of last week, where the red line appears to cover the perimeter, what licensable activities are sought for that larger area, please?
In fact, when I made the application initially, so from relevant departments of the council, they were in touch with me asking some clarification, and I was very happy to continue the consultation with them. And Ms. Fuller requested me to basically draw a red line around the perimeter of the licensable activities area, including the basic alcohol license, and that
Yes,
was the first
if
part.
I could stop you there, please. It's your application.
Yeah.
Regardless of what you may or may not have been told by the licensing team, can you please help with which licensable activities on the rooftop terrace are intended to take place in the wider area?
On the sale of alcohol. The wider area is consumption of alcohol.
Consumption of alcohol is not a licensable activity and need not be marked. Can you please assist with what other licensable activities, if any, are intended to take place on the rooftop terrace?
No other activities. Just no activities.
Do you mean no activities save the retail sale of alcohol in the smaller area?
Basically, in the bar, the smaller area, which is drawn in red line in the bar, it's the only licensable activity area, which is the sale of alcohol.
Can I ask you why you sent two plans in on late last week, one of which we've distributed and has a red line round effectively the whole site?
That's what I explained. Initially, the council requested me to draw the plan maybe 3 times. So when I first just made my application, the first request to draw the plan with the red line was draw the perimeter of the entire area. And then from Ms. Nicholson, she wanted me to draw a red line only in the sale of alcohol area. And then I explained this to her, so I said, but Maxim Fuller requested a different kind of drawing, and you're requesting a different kind of drawing. And then I just decided to send both drawings, not knowing which one is
Committee
the
needs to understand with clarity the area you're seeking to be licensed.
The red bar area.
Just on the rooftop, the red bar area.
Yeah.
For the sale of alcohol by retail. It is
So-
not your intention, if I've got it right, to have any other licensable activity on the rooftop terrace, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. I think when I made my application initially, because there was like music, making music on the rooftop terrace, and that I think there was also a misinterpretation of some of the licensable activities in my mind, which I wasn't really sure about it. And maybe that's why they wanted me to just draw the red line around the perimeter of the area. But along the consultations that we had, so that I just withdraw the music and loudspeakers or any like other licensable activities, then probably only the remaining red drawn area should be the bar, which is the sale of alcohol.
Okay, thank you. Just before David continues, just for clarity for members of the public, you intend the bar area for the sale of alcohol, and you intend for people to be able to purchase alcohol from that bar and then proceed to another area of the roof terrace for the consumption of that alcohol at seated tables.
Yeah.
Any standing areas?
Only around the bar.
Okay, thank you. David, please.
Chair, there is no condition proposed regarding alcohol to be consumed only when seated. That's the first time that's been mentioned. If the applicant wishes to amend his operating schedule by inserting such a condition as offered, now would be the time to do so.
Do you wish to make that submission as a condition that people will be seated on the roof terrace unless they're at the bar?
The entire construction of alcohol is seated. Only bar stalls around the bar, if you consider as a standing, but if it is considered as seating, so there is no standing consumption of alcohol on the rooftop, neither in the other floors.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, the applicant is unrepresented and I don't want him to actually say what he doesn't mean. Are you saying alcohol throughout the premises will only be consumed when sitting?
I mean, that's what we plan to do, but I can't go and get someone to, tell them to sit when they're drinking alcohol, because, that's not how it works, isn't it? I don't know how to answer that.
How would you like your surname pronounced, sir?
Aslandog.
Mr. Aslandog, you're unrepresented, so when you offer a condition here, it is fixed if your application is successful. If it's then breached, you may be prosecuted, as may others on the premises, and the premises may be reviewed. So you need to be extremely careful as to the matters being offered.
Then, would you mind explaining exactly what do you mean by seated and unseated?
Somebody is on
in legal terms,
sitting here, seated, or they're standing up. It isn't a legal term; it's a fact.
So basically, I go to Iger restaurant from time to time, and when I'm just waiting for my table to be ready, I'm at the bar and I'm just having my drink until my drink is served. So is it a breach of condition for the sale of alcohol if it is only on seated base?
I was really quite specific when I said whilst consumption of alcohol was taking place, when I tried to work out what you were offering. So it's not standing waiting, it isn't standing taking your drink to your table, it's drinking your drink. And I didn't know whether you wish to offer all consumption of alcohol will take place while seated. It's fine if you don't, but we just need to be clear.
To be honest, I never thought about it because so in the past, I made a few premises license application, but I never come across any question like this. Maybe it's just because the business concept that I have in mind is not a nightclub or bar. It is actually a restaurant bar. So I never really thought about it. I mean, whether people will be consuming alcohol when they're standing or sitting.
For members of the public, it's important for us to establish the exact conditions that are being offered or that we may impose later, so that they are enforceable and also practical. So the discussion we're having here is to establish whether it is practical for this establishment in the application that's being presented. To have a condition where all customers are seated while drinking, because in effect, if somebody stands up and takes a sip from their drink, that would effectively be a breach of the licence if you were to offer that. And as yet, you haven't offered that, although you have just discussed that as an option. So it is up to you whether you wish to go down that road.
In that case, I would like to. How can I say, if that might be considered as a breach, and since I cannot really instantly just chase customers and tell them if you want to drink alcohol you have to sit, or because we all go out, don't we? And let's say that a customer goes to the bar, picks up a drink, and as he goes back his table, comes across to someone else, a friend of him or her, and then they have a little conversation as they're talking. So I can't send one of my staff to tell them go and sit because this is a breach of condition, because these establishments are not made for that purpose.
Okay, that's understood and noted by the committee. And if members of the public have any questions about that, please ask. So we've started talking about the plan and gone off a little tangent, and I had intended to ask you to introduce yourself fully and to talk a little bit about the proposal for your bar, and then we'll ask some further questions. So please go ahead.
So briefly, I am coming from an engineering background, but I studied design in really wide spectrum of design, and did my master's degree in UX design in Brighton Uni. And prior to this, I was doing some commercial works, like refurbishing, like branding, animations, 3D, all kind of design work. But for the last years, I've been in the more in the architectural side of the design. And so far, I was making commercial units, commercial places for like other clients. But this is my first project that I'm doing for myself. And the idea is, because I've been in Norwich for at least 15 years, on and off in London, Brighton and here. And years ago, when I was going out in Norwich, it was much nicer environment really. But these days, I don't see really any place to go. I mean, I should either go for a restaurant for fine dining, or go to a club, or just a pub. So there's no really option for people, especially for people like me, because I would like to have my food and have some fun and then get in the cab and then go home, rather than going to Prince of Wales Street, or trying to find a cab, get in that crowd, and I don't really like that. I would like to have a nice cocktail bar where I find, rather than like 16, 17-year-old teenagers, or like people who comes there for like 50p less pint or anything. So I'm just trying to make a place that I and my friends would like to go. And when I was making this application initially, there has been some misunderstanding, and which is my mistake, because I've been really cautious with lots of things. When it was saying that recorded music, I actually thought that there is a license to be paid, and that what it means. I wasn't really sure that recorded music means kind of loud music where people dance and stuff. And that's why I just ticked that box. There's going to be recorded music. And yes, I did tick the box live music, because I'm planning to get maybe a cello, maybe a piano, not piano, but I mean maybe a guitar solo or something, maybe just a duo to sing along the dinner time, maybe a couple of hours or something. But then again, rather than doing it without letting the council know, I just wanted to let the council know in this application. But maybe being kind of perfectionist and giving more detail than it is asked to me, it just brought us to this point. My idea is not to use the rooftop terrace as a pub garden, or maybe a garden like Revolution that Cuba has, or Gonzo said. I don't really want anything like this. I only want to have a open, fresh air space to my guests, and also like giving them an option, because mostly when you go to a place, you are either inside or outside. But then again, having 4 sections in my property, if you like to be on the ground floor, have a quick bite or a drink and then go, yeah, you're more than welcome. Or if you want to spend more time, you can come up to first floor and then just watch the world goes by. Or else, if you want to have some open air and kind of like, I don't know, rather than be inside, if you want to have the same thing outside, yes, there's another option. So basically, I'm trying to give the comfort of dining and drinking experience with a little bit of spice, a little bit of fun. I mean, because Norwich, generally speaking, there aren't really many places which is just offering anything extra. Most of them like outdated, and they only just offer almost carbon copy food or entertainment. So I just want to bring something a little bit different, and that's what we want to do.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm sure there are many venues around the city that would disagree with your assessment there, but you've identified what you consider to be a niche, and you'd like to fill that. Okay, so David has some questions regarding your application, just to tidy up some of the anomalies with timings and other issues. So again, for members of the public, it's necessary for us to go through these so that we have an application, a complete and understandable application in front of us. So apologies while we do this, but we will have to just run through these details. David, please, if you wouldn't mind just turning your mic off between speaking.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies, it'll be both painful and technical, but there's no way around it. And it doesn't relate to any decision that may be made by the councillors. It is simply so they have something fixed and workable that they're asking for. So you're asking for late night refreshment. Do you have a copy of the agenda in front of you with your application? And you've ticked that it will be both indoors and outdoors. You'll see that on page 15.
Rachel, is there a spare paper copy? Thank you, Leonie.
So if you've got page 15, about halfway down, you'll see both has been ticked. And you see the closing hours variously 1 a.m. and 2:30 a.m. If you're closing the proposed rooftop terrace at 2300 hours, where's the outdoors, please?
There won't be outdoors.
Why is your application saying it will be both indoors and outdoors?
Maybe that's something that we just missed to correct when we were just like...
Do you wish to withdraw any application for outdoors late night refreshment?
I will seek your help in the...
No, I can't give you help
No.
because I can't be your legal representative, but I can give clarity to this committee.
No, I need your help to clarify the case, because, you know, if I say like indoors only, so would that be challenging the time scale?
From a point of view of this application, at the moment you're asking for the licensable activity, late night refreshment, at a time outside when you've also said that the premises will close. So from a legal point of view, and just to tidy up, we need to establish whether you will be offering late night refreshment. Okay, so you wish to change that application to indoors. So late night refreshment is, a licence is required for that after 11 o'clock. So if you intend to close your outside space at 11, then it makes sense to change it to indoors. Okay, thank you for that. David?
You intend to close the rooftop terrace at 11, 2300 hours?
Yeah, that's correct.
Just for clarity, and especially for local residents, does that mean nothing takes place after 2300? Does it mean the public's gone but you're still collecting glasses and catching up?
Basically, at 11 o'clock, we will be asking our guests, I mean, by 11 o'clock, the rooftop terrace entirely be closed.
I have a feeling you mean just the public off, not no staff. So you'll still be intending to collect beer glasses and close up after 2300 or not?
That will be the last time that you will see people on the rooftop terrace, like including the staff.
Very good. So when you say close, you mean there will be no activity 2300 hours? They're not going to be collecting glasses, they're not going to be talking?
No activity. No.
It'll be cleared of people. Thank you, that's useful to know. Right, live music. This starts on page 11 of the agenda. Again, you have ticked both for will it be taking place indoors or outdoors. And you'll see it starts Thursday through to midnight, Friday through to midnight, Saturday through to midnight, and Sunday to 2300 hours. Having ticked both, but the rooftop terrace being closed from 2300.
It should be indoors only.
Thank you.
Just chip in there, David. Okay, so thank you for that. So with the your intention for the live music from 7 o'clock in the evening until midnight, 3 days, and 11 o'clock Sunday inside, would that be on both of the floors inside?
It could be on the ground floor and the first floor, depending on the event or the occasion.
Okay, and
Chair, it will be dependent on whatever plans have been sent through to the licensing team and what that plan flagged. I take it at the moment it's both floors.
Yeah. Okay, and for the benefit of members of the public, what kind of live music do you intend to present, please?
It's more like a dinner music, and you think about a guitar or maybe violin, maybe a cello, that kind of live music, not a gig or anything whatsoever.
Okay,
and the space is not available for that kind of activity either.
Would equipment be plugged into speakers for amplification?
It will be like central speaker system, so it's not going to be an extra. Most probably, almost all the gentlemen and ladies has seen similar live music almost many places that they've been. So when I mean live music, consider maybe a singer and an instrument next to her or him, and just accompanying live music. That's what I mean.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. David?
Drinking up time. I think you've agreed the police condition proposal as to 15 minutes drinking up time, is that right? We're looking at page 32 of the agenda.
Correct, yes.
Right. Then if we look at your proposed supply of alcohol hours versus your opening hours, you're going through to 1 a.m. for the supply of alcohol, but also closing at 1 on Monday. Tuesday, again, you're proposing supplying alcohol to 1 a.m. and also closing at 1 a.m. Wednesday is the same, Thursday is the same. Wednesday is the same. Thursday, you do have an hour for drinking up, as your supply of alcohol is 1 a.m. and your opening hour is 2 a.m. There's no change and therefore no obvious drinking up time again on Friday or on Saturday. You do have 30 minutes drinking up time on Sunday. It's just, can you assist how you're going to work out that 15 minutes drinking up time with those figures?
Thank you for the question. The reason being, in fact, when I get the recommendation from the police, when I get that proposal, so I had already placed the application in. And I agreed with their conditions, and they were going to let you know. And there's one other thing. In the previous premises license applications, I've seen that in real life, sometimes it always doesn't work like that. For example, although we just like call the customers to get their last drink at a certain time, and then that is the last moment of the drink, but there might be people who may not always really follow your orders or like instructions, which is perfectly fine. And then rather than having find us in breach of the licensing condition, maybe it would be better to keep it that way. But on the other hand, we take the responsibility of following the license objectives as an establishment.
Ms. Slasandok, you just didn't answer the question there. At the moment, there is a conflict between the supply of alcohol hours and the opening hours. And I'm asking you to assist. Are you amending the supply of alcohol hours to encourage a drinking uptime to exist? Or are you saying we will in some way negotiate it even if the hours don't match?
No, we should just match the hours. But if it is like 15 minutes difference, so that's what I have to say. I don't mind like changing like making it 15 minutes earlier, as suggested by the police. But as I say, in real life, it may not always work as we expected.
Sir, I'm going to have to be quite direct. You have told the Norfolk Constabulary that you accept their suggestions. They're not, as it were, informal chats. You have said there will be 15 minutes drinking up time, and I'm asking you how you intend to amend your hours, if at all, please, to take that into account.
So what you're saying is like making it like 15 minutes earlier in the application form.
Okay. David, can I?
Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I think the question is here is you have your proposed hours to close to the public, and you have the supply of alcohol hours. It has been suggested that you have a 15-minute drinking uptime. Would you like to amend all of your closing hours so that the supply of, would you like to amend your supply of alcohol hours so that they all fall 15 minutes before the close of the business?
Yeah, that's fine.
Can you confirm that that's what
Yes,
you'd like
yes,
to do,
yes, yes.
please? Does that satisfy that question?
Chair, it will actually extend well, he can't have more than he's asked for, but that would mean supply of alcohol on a Monday to 00:45 a.m, not 1 a.m. Same for Tuesday, same for Wednesday. Thursday, there's already an hour's difference, so he doesn't need to change that. Friday, in other words, Saturday morning to 12:15 a.m, not 12:30. Friday to Saturday morning, Saturday to Sunday morning. Instead of 12:30, we have 2:15 a.m. And then there's already a 30-minute gap on Sunday, so that doesn't need changing. Are you happy with those changes to the supply of alcohol? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. David, you've got some more
I think
technical
so,
points? Yeah, thank you.
Apologies. As I said, this will be both tiresome and technical. On page 35 of the agenda, on page 35 of the agenda, no loudspeakers outside on the roof terrace or outside the premises. And I'm afraid years of being a lawyer have made me slightly cynical. Does that mean loudspeakers on the roof terrace or loudspeakers outside on the roof terrace? In other words, if you slap up an awning, is that outside?
The loudspeakers will be only indoor.
Indoors only, so not on the roof terrace at all. Doesn't matter what we're talking about.
That's what I agree.
Oh, thank you.
Unless the scientific noise impact assessment proves otherwise.
I can see that, yes, unless a noise impact assessment is submitted to and agreed by the licensing authority, I guess is what the wording should have been.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please do. Too many mics on. So, Mr. Backhouse.
That's right.
Yeah, can you just introduce whereabouts you're from?
Westgate Tower.
Okay. Thank you.
Just coming back to that point about loudspeakers. So there seemed to be an answer saying no loudspeakers, and then there seemed to be a response which said there may be loudspeakers subject to an impact assessment. So are there going to be loudspeakers and then an impact assessment will take place, or are there going to be no loudspeakers
Chair, happy to answer that.
Yeah, it's a good question, thank you.
Page 35, the wording is unless, so logically no loudspeakers unless and until a noise impact assessment has been submitted to and agreed by the local authority. I think that unless runs on the next one as well. Yeah, 2300 hours. A few on the operating schedule, Chair.
Yeah. So we'll just get a page number for that. So the operating schedule starts on page 19 of the pack. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would have raised questions about the supervisors, I think the police have covered them. So on to page 20. How do you intend to ensure capacity limits are not exceeded, please? At the top you say, supervisors will ensure the capacity limits are not exceeded at all times.
Currently, we are just submitting a new plan application to the council with regards to the changes that we would like to make on the front facade, on the rooftop and everything. The council requested a noise impact assessment for the works which is going to be undertaken. So that's why you haven't seen the plan application yet on the council website. And also maybe to satisfy the curiosity of the objectors, so the planning application doesn't include the change of use from E to a new bar or nightclub establishment. So it will remain as it is, as a restaurant bar. It won't be any different kind of business. And once the planning application is approved, then the amount of the seats, because this is going to be a seated service place, so depending on the quantity of the seats, so there will be a proportionate amount of people who will be, and then that will be the final number for us. And it's also practically for kitchen purposes, because we can only serve with the right quality of food to certain people in a certain time. So it's not only from the police's perspective, it's also from our operation perspective. There will be a certain limit.
Thank you, but that didn't answer the question, which was how will your door supervisors ensure the numbers are not exceeded?
They will have a counting device, so one comes in, one goes out. So that's just quite a practical way of counting it.
Okay, do you wish to add that to the bullet point, please?
Yeah, I already put that into my application, so yeah, of course you can.
Okay, just again for your benefit and for members of the public, the application for planning is separate to this application, and actually as a committee we must disregard the planning application and consider this just as a licensing application.
I thought that I had to mention that, because if the plan application wouldn't allow us to run the rooftop terrace and only allow us to use the indoor spaces, then obviously the amount will change, and also most of the operation of the business will change. However, if the plan application will go through from with the rooftop terrace, then obviously things will be different. So when I was making premises license application, I could actually only put the premises license application for the indoors without letting you know about the ideas of or the intention of the rooftop terrace. But on the other hand, I always believe clarity, and since that's what I have in mind with the planning committee, I thought that I should just let you know that there's an intention to operate the rooftop terrace. So that's how I actually that's why I mentioned about the rooftop terrace. So that's why I had to mention the plan application that I just recently made.
Chair, just to flag, they're going to be separate systems of control if you're successful on either. So you'll need to comply with both obligations.
I'm aware.
Regarding page 20 again, please. Police will have access to images at any reasonable time. Who's going to define what reasonable time is? Page 20. That's condition number 13, proposed.
Yeah, because we will, at the moment we have CCTV camera recorders, which is stocking data for a month, and they will be presented to police at any given time.
The cynic in me worries about somebody saying this is not a reasonable time.
Reasonable time means, I think, when the business is operating. Let's say we close the business at 2 o'clock and suddenly police turns up at my door saying like 5 o'clock you have to come to the shop and open and provide us CCTV. I think it's not reasonable time. But reasonable time should be the time where the business is operating, if I don't get it wrong.
I've amended 13 to police will have access to images during opening hours.
That's what I think.
Why not the licensing authority enforcement team, please? Why just the police?
If it's required, I can just put it as well, but I mean, I wasn't aware that it is a requirement.
It is not a requirement in that this is your application. So it's a matter for yourself what you want to offer. But it is unclear why one enforcement branch should have this power and not the other. And I'm just wondering if that has been thought through.
I mean, if I didn't put it in there, it doesn't mean that I just challenge it, or it's not. It doesn't mean that I don't want it. It's on. I mean, when I just put the security related measures that I'm going to take, I didn't think that enforcement agency was anything to do with it. I thought it was mostly police's work.
David, no.
Jim.
Okay, thank you. On page 32, there's been a submission from the police licensing team, and it asked that records would be kept at the premises and available to the police or the licensing authority on request. And you have agreed to this condition and others as well. The first line of that, David, is unclear, so I wonder whether that needs some clarification of the first sentence.
Staff will be kept in relation to the sale of that. Yes, it's very cool.
Well, we may have to have a look at that later. You've accepted the conditions that have been asked for by the police, and there's a whole section there that we would assume that you'd wish to insert into your operating schedule. Would you like to replace this section, or would you like to replace anything in your operating schedule with this section of the conditions that have been asked for by the police? And if so, which elements would you like to remove, please? And again, you don't have to, this is your application, we can just add it in, but they will all work with each other from a legal point of view.
Would you be able to explain it a bit clearer to me once again?
Yes, I will try. The police have asked you for a number of conditions to which you have agreed, and they are on page 32, I think I said. 32 going on to page 33, actually they're all listed on page 32, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they all relate to the operating schedule under prevention of crime and disorder. Currently, under your under crime and disorder prevention of, you have a number of items listed, including quite a lot relating to CCTV. Do you wish to add all of these items from the police to the bottom of, or the top of your your items, or do you wish to replace some of those that you've submitted with the ones from
since
the
I
police?
agree with the police, so I don't mind adding them to the operation part of the application.
Again, we need you to be more specific. I think I can probably help. It may be of benefit to you to remove the CCTV system conforms to the following points, all the way down to and including number 14, and replace that with what has been requested by the police. Or you may wish to change just item 13, police will have access to images at any reasonable time, with the first condition in there, and append the rest.
Chair, I strongly recommend we lose 13 from page 20 and we add on the police matters, and then I think about workable matters. For example, condition 12 will keep the digital images for 31 days is excellent but doesn't reappear in the police suggestions. So there's a lot there we need to keep.
You're right, there may be a couple of conflicting ones as well. CCTV to cover the main public areas of the premises, including upstairs, outside, terrace. That will work actually as an addition, won't it?
Yeah.
It will. Okay, so I think that's been established. So we'll replace item 13 with the first one, although we do need to adjust. Staff will.
My guess is that it meant to say
Trained.
staff will be trained and records of the training will be kept in relation to the sale of alcohol.
That's the normal one, isn't it? Okay, I'm having an indication from the applicant that he agrees to that condition. Okay, thank you. David, are there more technical points?
No, I think I got to the end, and yes,
yeah,
it's taken a while.
Mindful that we do need to hear from members of the public.
Oh, sorry, there was a last one.
Okay, please go ahead.
Very quickly, prevention of public nuisance, page 20. In order to keep the noise under control, as a lawyer, I find that unclear. Can you say what is meant, please? It is box the relevant noise insulation materials will be installed, etc., in order to keep the noise under control.
During the refurbishment works, we basically use only all the good sound insulation and basically sound insulation materials internally between the floors, and also obviously there's going to be a extraction fan unit that we're going to use outside. Rather than using just like a normal extraction fan, so we're using acoustic fiberglass covered extraction fan, which is just almost making no noise at all, reducing the noise level up to 47 decibel. The city sound is about like 52 decibels, so which is I think perfectly fine. In order to keep the noise inside, obviously there's going to be music indoors, and in order to keep the music inside, we already took our measures, like using 2-3 different layers of sound insulation. Between the partition walls, between the walls, we already used extra layer of sound insulation, plasterboards. To be honest, we've done everything that can be done in order to keep the sound inside in that premises.
No, thank you. Do you wish to offer that as a condition? Because at the moment, none of that is in your application.
I wouldn't like to make it as a condition because we already done this. Because architecturally, you can't do anything more than that. Unless you just really put the property in a thick big box, you can't do anything more than that. We've done everything which is possible to do.
It is your application. I'm not here to suggest what might be in it. I just flag at the moment your...
It is just an offer to show in our utmost best intention to operate as a responsible business.
Right. Just so to flag, my advice to committee, and I'll give it now, in order to keep the noise under control is both meaningless and unenforceable. And I flag that. It's up to you if you wish to do anything about that, but that is the advice I'll give.
Mr. Lovins, we've done basically I spent quite a lot of money to do sound installation already, and even if you weren't to offer that or as a condition, before coming to the committee, I've already done that. So I took all the measures which is possible architecturally or constructionally.
I'm not saying you haven't, but this committee...
Don't mind. Okay, so you've explained some of the measures that you've taken, and you've highlighted them in here. What David is saying is the way that this is worded is not enforceable. Therefore, would you like to remove that particular part of the conditions here, where it says relevant noise onwards under item D, and allow the planning department to consider that instead?
No, if you notice, like most of the suggestions you made, I agreed with them because they make sense and they also falls into my intention. However, regarding the sound installation, because the reason I'm saying that I've done everything possible architecturally and technically, but on the other hand, I wouldn't like it to come to me because this is not a bar or a club. This is a restaurant bar. And accepting this as a condition, I don't know, it would just be an benefit for me because I don't know what kind of enforcement you can just come up with. So that's why I can't really say or accept it as a condition or refuse it.
Okay, in terms of the wording, relevant noise insulation materials will be installed, fixed. You've already stated that they have been installed.
They already been installed because I made the application sometime around December, so all of them been in place already since then.
Okay, and the word relevant has no real meaning in terms of a condition because it's open to interpretation. So you might be asked to put further noise insulation materials in, but you've already indicated you've gone as far as you can. So this particular condition may not be workable.
Let me put it this way. Normally, when you just run a place like this, according to the building regulation, according to the legislations, so there are like certain measures that you can take, just like heat insulation. For example, you can't just like go and insulate the external walls with anything less than 32 unit less. So you can't just say, okay, I'm just insulating the external walls, it's going to be this way. It doesn't work like this. There are like specific technical requirements. And when you are making a place like this, between the ground floor, the first floor, or the other floors, there's already some technical material that you can use in order to reduce the sound transformation. But it is not mandatory. I mean, you don't have to, as long as you can keep the sound inside, which is not going outside, from above the allowed level, then you don't have to do these things. But on the other hand, I've already done this internally as well. Also between the kitchen, between the toilets, between the different floors, and also between the internal space and the outdoor space, like the area facing to the pedestrian area.
Okay, thank you. From the point of view of members of the public, this may be reassuring to them, but from a licensing application point of view, it still has no real meaning and is not enforceable. David, please.
Chair, we'll retain that wording. The applicant has been clear on his proposal. You will take account of the fact that the public protection, and I always call them the environmental health team, have not maintained their objection. There is no environmental health objection to this application, and that's a relevant factor as well.
Okay, so that's noted. You wish to keep that in place. I was going to leave this question till last, but as we're on this page 20, so all customers will be asked to leave quietly. How do you intend to enforce that condition, please?
To leave quietly?
Yes.
I mean, there are like lots of things that you can do because people just when you want people to, I mean, when you want to let people know that actually the night is just coming to the end, basically, first of all, you change the rhythm of the music, you just lower it down, and then you start changing the lights, and then you start like dimming the lights, and the guests already get this. And if there are some hardcores who would like to stay, then our staff will go and kindly let them know without giving them a nuisance to them. And then when the time comes, so we will ask them to leave.
Okay, thank you. Again, that's helpful, and members of the public may be reassured by that. But the condition says all customers will be asked to leave quietly. Will all customers be asked to leave quietly?
Yeah, of course. I mean, as I say, to help people to live quietly, we use different psychological factors. So if you just say, if the establishment is closed at 12 o'clock, and if you just turn up to people who's really at the peak of their like good times or good vibe, and suddenly say 5 minutes later you have to leave, they may not leave quietly. But if you prepare their psychology, then they will always live quietly. So that's what we will do, because the licensing objectives definitely matters, and also our customers matters. So everything has to work in harmony.
Okay, thank you. Will customers who leave at lunchtime be asked to leave quietly?
Pardon?
Will customers who dine at lunchtime and then leave at lunchtime, will they be asked to leave quietly?
I mean, why should we ask our customers to leave at the lunchtime?
Well, some customers will leave at lunchtime. If they're dining at lunchtime, they may leave at lunchtime and not stay until 2:30 in the morning. Will they be asked to leave quietly?
I mean, in the case of any issue arising, or is it just like, I'm not really clear about that.
Okay, page 20, D, it says all customers will be asked to leave quietly.
Maybe sorry, your question, the wording. All customers will be asked to leave quietly when the place is closing.
Okay. Does that cover it from an enforceable point?
It does, Chair. I don't think it's workable, and I don't think the applicant's thinking it through. Will you ask every customer leaving to leave quietly, or will you encourage them to leave quietly by the placing of notices?
I will just follow the policy suggestion.
The police suggestion.
Can I ask
references.
one last time? I mean, are we asking about the wording, or are we asking about the actual practice of the wording that we just?
Well, it's you've described how you intend to manage your business, and that is really helpful. In terms of the wording in the schedule, it's important to us to know what you intend to do, how you intend to enforce it yourself, so that it is enforceable and it actually works as a condition rather than an advisory.
Yeah.
Mr. Alston, if we don't change it, and if we are successful, then you will need to ask all customers leaving at closing time to leave quietly. And if you think that's workable, that's what you intend, then it can stay. And if not, now is the time to flag it.
I can only answer this question through my own personal experience as a customer and what I witness in the places that I've been. And basically, the way that I want to practice that is this way. There will be a little announcement saying that maybe just a bell or something at the bar, last orders, and then. But I don't think that we can just ask the people to be quietly. We can only supervise if there is any noise or whatsoever, if there is any customer who is not just, who is like more potential to public nuisance, then we can only ask those ones, other than we can't just stop everyone at the door saying that, shh, you're leaving now. We can't do it that way.
Mr. Azadot, the chair has done you a tremendous favour by flagging this to stop you making a mistake. It looks like you can't do what you say you'll do. So would you like to amend this wording to encouraged to leave quietly?
Encouraged, yeah. I mean, what I meant was, when I was just writing that, what I meant was, we will not allow customers, if they were to be loud or giving any public nuisance. That's what I meant.
Okay, thank you. So just before we ask members of the public to contribute, that last condition, can you just repeat that for us, please, David?
All customers leaving at closing time will be encouraged to leave quietly.
Okay, thank you. So that's noted. Are you content with that? Okay, thank you. With great apologies to members of the public, we have reached the point now where we'd like to invite you to address the committee. Mr. Backhouse, welcome back.
I have a question. There's a question.
Yes, please go ahead. You can ask questions of the committee. You can ask questions of the applicant. So please.
So Alan Mitchell, Apartment 1D, West Town. Just for complete avoidance of any doubt, there will be no music on the terrace. No live music, no recorded music, no music. Is that correct? Okay.
And that includes you're volunteering not to have background music of any kind, so no speakers.
That's what I agreed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And on the question of insulation, noise insulation, if there is music on the first floor and people are going up and down and opening the door, going onto the terrace, doesn't that mean that noise is going to be leaking out all the time from whenever the business starts to whenever it finishes? Until 11 o'clock, especially in terms of the top floor being closed. So the noise is going to be coming out all the time. Is that correct?
That's a good question. Can you describe how people access the roof terrace from the level below, and the number of doors between is there a door, a single door, two doors, or any other situation?
You know, basically the rooftop terrace, the access to rooftop terrace, because it's already closed at 11 o'clock, so obviously the guests will be encouraged to leave, since we are going to do like glass collection and like cleaning and that kind of job. So guests will be moving from the rooftop terrace about like 10:30. And until 10:30, so it is just like any other establishment you can imagine, just like a big car just passing by. But on the other hand, in the plan application, there's only one door which is allowing access to the rooftop terrace, and that's all I can say right now.
So sorry, just to clarify then, that there will be speakers on the first floor where there may be music, and the door may be opened and closed all the time, and so the noise will be coming out from the first floor to us as residents.
Thank you for the question. That's something for you to answer, please.
I think you hear more music noise from the pub down there on Whistlegate, and I don't think that you would even hear as much as the music coming from there. And basically the door opening hours, when you consider that most of the guests are leaving the terrace about like 10:30. So after 10:30, which is like before 11 o'clock I'm talking about, so you will only hear, if it might be an issue, which I don't think it will, but you will only hear music sound until 10:30, or say maybe 11.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Backhouse, just for clarity before I invite you, members of the public here have their flats overlooking this terrace. I think the concern here is what they may hear through the day, not just up to in the hour up to 11 o'clock. If you've got loud music, if you've got music playing on the level below the terrace, I think the concern is how much of that will spill out onto the terrace. So it would be handy for you to describe how that will work in terms of where people come onto the roof terrace, and how you wish to manage that.
To be honest, I would really like to make it very clear, but I mean, in almost everything that I do, I just work on like scientific factors. Like when I was talking about sound insulation or like fire insulation, I didn't just pick any ordinary material which states that it provides for the purpose. So I always base my facts on the scientific factors. And right now, to be honest, I never thought when the door opens up what kind of sound wave goes out. I didn't really think about it, and I didn't calculate it. I don't have the chance to calculate it because I only looked at the different the sound wave levels, like city sound, which is like 52 decibel, and or like empty house sound, 32 decibel. So when you look at this, and I also looked at lots of different rooftop terrace sound insulation or like sound management control forums, and also like which is some of the like reports which is accepted by different councils, and also the points being issued by different councils throughout the country. And also, I was also trying to find some aesthetically pleasing solutions.
May I just interject here, please? Can you answer the question in terms of how you wish to manage the sound that will emanate from the door?
So basically, when you look at the first plan and drawings, you see lots of plants around the perimeter of the rooftop. And those plants are not there only for aesthetic purpose. And the specification of plants also has been chosen. We are going to use bamboos and also like 3 or maybe 4 different evergreen plants which have got the high sound insulation properties. But as I say, since I didn't really measure the level of the sound wave level which might be coming out from the door when someone comes in and out, I can't really say whether it's going to be in a level that might disturb you or not, but I mean, given it the distance between the door planes and the tower blocks, I don't really think that you might even hear it.
Chair, from you.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just if I may. The roof terrace itself.
Could you identify?
Oh, sorry, James Close. I live in Westgate Tower Apartment 8. With regards to the roof terrace, specifically the fact that the door faces the Westgate Tower, and the fact that the roof, as you'll see from the pictures, Chair, is surrounded on all 4 sides, so effectively acts as a amphitheatre. So any slight noise from said roof terrace will cause a fairly dramatic impact on the residents of not only Westgate Tower but the other residents in the Bank Manager's house and other residential properties, public commercial units. So I plan to see how a single door is going to prevent any noise escaping from a sound system, if I can finish please, from a sound system that originally we were led to believe from the applicant's statement that live music would only play during dinner for a couple of hours and would be a violoncello or guitar, and then subsequently became a singer with backing music, which is amplified music, so I failed to see how that really works through, to then being piped across the whole venue, across a speaker system, of which when diners have finished dining, the lights will go down and effectively turn into a nightclub. So I'm just a little bit confused here. If we're talking about a nightclub or we're talking about a restaurant, because it appears to me it's somewhat confused.
No, it's not a nightclub.
Can you address the whole question asked about the doorway as well? So we've on the plan. The doorway appears to be approximately in the middle, or the stairs to the roof terrace appears to be approximately in the middle. There's a photograph on page 46, and it's not actually clear where those stairs are. So it would be useful, I think, for members of the public and the committee if you're able to point out on this photograph where the door is to the terrace, please.
You see that far end? Do you see the far end?
Yes.
This time. So basically, it's the right in the middle of the page when you look at the white door, white wall. You see.
Okay. There's a white wall.
So that's where the door is.
Okay, so there's a door there now, but it's not on this photograph. Is that correct?
No, there's no door, but that's where the proposed door is.
Okay, so currently
so at the moment there is not, and also basically, if the plan application for the rooftop terrace doesn't pass, then there won't be. But if it does, the proposed location of the door is there.
Okay. And at the bottom of the stairs, how is that laid out? Is there a door there? Could there be a door there?
At the bottom of the stairs cannot be a door because it is just like open up to the first floor. So basically, it's an open gallery from the ground floor to the top floor. But the thing is, between the ground floor and the backyard, say the Barclays car park, so there's already toilets and the kitchen walls, which is all like double sound insulated glass support layer, and also insulation roll installed inside.
Okay, that's helpful in terms of locations.
That's my understanding. Is that your understanding?
We'll
make sure it's the
right place.
I've written the door where I think the door is.
Yes, that's
right.
No, I understood it to be there.
Right, I've just been told by applicants it's there.
Okay.
Anybody else need a shot?
Thanks, Chair. That was useful.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Do you mind if I check to see?
Yep.
Okay. Right, thank you. That is useful. The members of the public have indicated that this is opposite the tower where most of the objectors reside. Okay. So I think we'll hear from all of the objectors, and may I ask, as we go through, if you just stick to the points that you've made in your own representations. Indicate the page, if you would, where you are, and because many of your objections are on a very similar subject in terms of the noise that may come from the roof terrace in particular, but we try not to repeat too much detail about that. But we do want to hear from you and how you feel about it and how you feel it will affect your amenity, please.
Chair, in that case, can we ask further questions before?
Yes. Well, I think maybe if you address the committee with some of your objections first, then we can ask the applicant to come back on those, and that may answer some of your questions, and hopefully it will flow that way. Okay. So who would like to go first, Mr. Backhouse?
I'll start with I'm speaking on behalf of Simon Robinson, Apartment 2, William Wills in Apartment 6, Ian Davis in Apartment 7, the Wards who live in Apartment 1A, Kate Finley who lives in Apartment 1C, and the Arnott's who live in Apartment 1B. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Westergate Tower Residents Association.
Legally, those who have made relevant representations can speak or have a representative. Those that haven't done. It shouldn't matter.
I think all, I
Matter's
think
going
all,
to be covered.
I think all of those who had names, they're responding to the council, so I'm speaking on their behalf.
Okay, so just for our benefit, please, what page?
44.
Page 44, thank you.
And that includes the photograph that we've just been looking at as well.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll try and keep this as brief as I can, but I know, Chairman, you've asked us to stick to our submissions, but our submissions were made some time ago, and there's been quite a lot of discussions and changes since then, especially during the course of this hearing. So
Yes.
we might have to stray into.
It makes sense. You can also address any items that have come up in the committee, but in terms of addressing the committee on the issues, just stick to your submission.
Okay. In terms of the location of the Westgate Tower, it's about 20 metres away from the property that the applicant's applying for. The bedrooms for virtually all of the properties overlook the premises. And in particular, the apartments on the lower floor, 1A, 1B, 1C, would be really, really affected by any noise coming from the premises. We've talked about soundproofing, just making a small point. There are roof lights there, so the applicant hasn't mentioned the sound control coming out of those roof lights. Talking about soundproofing in general, it's very reassuring to hear what the applicant is saying about he's installed, but we don't know that's the case. And what we don't want to do is find out that it isn't as effective as he's saying, and that we'd have to come back to the council to try and get a restriction on noise. The live music, this is a question. The applicant talked about a piano, a guitar. Is that licensed to stop an electric guitar playing as opposed to a violin? That's a question, because the application states, should we say, classical music or classical instruments, or what would stop the equivalent of Eric Clapton turning up and playing an electric guitar, which is amplified. So that's a question for the committee. The applicant also mentioned this morning that he talked about events. So what events would be planned, and how would those be monitored, and how would those be applied for? He's also mentioned doing something a little different. Well, doing something a little different 25 metres from our bedroom is a little bit concerning. Moving on to the roof terrace, the plans have changed. The original plans showed 20 tables, which looked like they could accommodate up to 90 to 100 people. So 90 to 100 people, or it may be less now, on the roof terrace, talking, drinking. How's that sound going to be monitored? How's it going to affect our residential amenity? How will it be controlled? And there are some precedents that you go down to Rose Lane, the rooftop gardens, where there are significant problems with the rooftop terrace for local residents. So that is one of our major concerns. And even though the timing has been brought back to 2300 hours, that's still quite late at night. And I'm sure Mr. Keane will talk about it, that there are school-aged children in the building. There are 5 residents in the building. Mr. Close will talk about his daughter, who's a student nurse, studying to be a student. So we've got continual noise from up to 100 people through to 2300 hours every evening. So that's a concern. It's been interesting hearing the applicant talk about concerns for noise suppression, but we're not entirely convinced that he has concern for the local residents. This particular premises has been being developed for nearly 18 months, I think. It was reported in EDP come last autumn there was a rooftop terrace. He's made no attempt to talk to any of us about it, share his plans. And there also was an incident where the licensing application wasn't displayed on the premises until we asked for it to be done. So a couple of instances there, but we're concerned that he doesn't really worry about the people he's going to affect with this new operation. Mr. Close has mentioned that we believe that this is more likely to be a nightclub because it's going to go on to the 2:30 in the morning with music, with drinking. So we believe this is an extension of the late night activity zone. And the area that we're talking about, Westgate, Red Lion Street, is primarily retail, residential, student accommodation, banking, and we believe that this is really an extension of the late night zone, despite the comments that the applicants made today. Because it's a retail zone, things start off in the morning. For instance, Tesco's have deliveries, which is the premises next door to what is being proposed, and they start at 7 o'clock in the morning. So we could be facing a situation that we've got unacceptable noise coming from the premises through to 2:30 in the morning, and then acceptable noise, which we understood has always been there because it's retail, starting at 7. That leaves about 3 to 4 hours potential peace for us. You've already touched on the fact that planning is separate, but there's no planning permission to be made or applied for as far as we can see. So really, just to finish, we believe this is going to severely affect the lives of the residents living in Westgate Tower, in the bank manager's house, which is multiple occupancy, the flats in Red Lion Street, and could well affect the people who might end up living in the Boar's Head Westgate development, which there was a planning application for. So I'm just going to close by saying, if the committee are reviewing this, as I'd like them to think about themselves being ordinary members of the public, and what they would feel if something like this opened up about 20 yards from their bedroom windows. So that's my comments on behalf of those numerous residents.
Okay, thank you. As the applicant, would you like to address some of those points? So one of the first points Mr. Backhouse made was about the roof lights and sound control regarding those roof lights. Can you address that for us, please?
When you mean roof lights, could you please clarify what kind of roof lights do you mean?
Okay, so the photograph on page 46 shows that across the roof, the current roof, there appears to be some kind of a roof light, or at least some kind of opening in the roof. Can you confirm that? And if they're not openings in the roof, tell us what they are.
The roof light on the large area which is close to the tower gate blocks, that's above the kitchen.
Okay, so we've got the plan that shows a number that shows these openings.
Yeah, and the other three roof lights on there above the first floor, which is close to the Red Lion Street.
Okay, so on the plan we've got roof lights. We can see them also in the photograph. Can you describe what will be below each of those roof lights, please?
Shall I
on the level below?
Shall I show it like this?
Yes, please. Yeah.
So imagine this is a tower block. This area is the kitchen, and that area is the landing, which is like the landing going towards the toilet area and the kitchen, and also to the stairs going up the first floor. So when you look from here, so you will only see the kitchen and the living area. And they will be frosted anyway, because probably if the plan application accepts the roof terrace idea, so they will be frosted, so you're not going to be able to see anything under that. Because people are going to be walking on it, so nothing can be seen from, apart from the lights, so there will be nothing on it. And the other 3 roof lights, and the other 3 roof lights, so they're just like, they're going to exist, and there's possible to see them.
Okay.
So the question was noise escaping via those roof lights.
Oh, sorry, that there will be no noise escaping from those roof lights, because you know the roof lights, they're triple glazed roof lights, and there will be also another 3mm walkable tough glass on top of them. Normally, if you want to use like walkable roof lights, you can easily just like use double glazed walkable roof lights, but I'm taking an extra measure, so using a triple glaze roof light and plus also toughened walkable glass on top of them. So you will have any issue regarding the noise.
Okay, thank you. Does that address that particular question? Thank you. Okay, so there were a couple more items that Mr.
Can I say one more thing?
Of course you can, yes, please do.
At the end of the day, I just want to say one thing. We are opening a new business, not to make a nuisance to our neighbours. In fact, I would like you to be my customer. And when I read the objections, and I just gone through all of them, and when like discussing what to withdraw or what to add with Ms. Nicholson, Sally Nicholson, Maxime Fuller, and also Michel Bertrand, with all the other authorities. So I accept it, considering that you might have issues or you might have like concerns, but I understood that I think my business just came across to you more like a nightclub, but that isn't the case. And when I explained it to the council officers, because you know I work with them in different premises applications, and they know I do what I say, and they told me, they said that we trust you, but if you were to sell this business to somebody else, if we just give you a license with these conditions, then we maybe abuse the license and conditions. So let's just like have a proper consultation and make it right, making happy, making all the objectives happy, all the neighbors and everyone. So I took all the suggestions in consideration, and I withdraw some of the condition that I put into my application initially, and then we work out with some of them, we modify them. So try to come to a conclusion that would maybe hoping that would make everyone happy.
Okay, thank you for that. One of the other questions Mr. Backhouse asked was about was about the number of people that will be on the roof terrace. So can you describe the proposal for the sort of capacity for the roof terrace, please, at any time?
I'm going to try to show you a plan. Maybe it will be beneficial for you, so you can see what kind of layout.
This would be an additional submission.
The legal controls will be via the fire reform and via the fire service, I believe, Chair. The applicant may not be able to give you an answer to the question you raised, sensibly, and any illustration of where we're putting the tables is he can't be held to them.
Yeah. Okay. The question really is, Mr. Backhouse has speculated that maybe 90 to 100 people, and I'd like to know if that is what you're proposing.
I think that the gentleman refers to the layout, and we counted the tables that I put into layout into application, because it was just for illustration purposes, so what kind of layout is going to be, because when we were just making the application, even before submitting the application, I've been liaised with the council, and they wanted to see what kind of layout is going to be there, so then they could just evaluate the application a bit better, although it is not a formal illustration, but it's just an indication to let the council know.
Okay, so can you just give the committee an indication of how many people you expect to be on your roof terrace at the any one time?
Overall, the expected capacity is about like 200, all over the property, 200 to 250 people, and probably the half of them, slightly less than half, will be on the rooftop, around 100, 120 people.
Okay, thank you. And will the roof terrace also be the proposed smoking area?
It will be, but then again, as far as I'm concerned, we all just focus on the rear end of the rooftop terrace, but that is only like a 90 meter square area, but the majority of the area is on the front side.
Okay, and should the either of your applications not result in the rooftop being permitted, do you have an alternative smoking area?
The smoking area will be either front or in the alleyway next to the property.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from another member of the public now. Would you like to go next? We'll go from right to left.
Excuse me, can I just say one more thing? And you
Yes.
know, although the property falls into the retail, primary retail area, it also falls into the city leisure centre area. Just so that you know.
Okay, thank you. That is noted.
Can I just ask that? Does it fall into the late night activity zone area?
That's a question actually for our licensing officer.
I don't believe we have a cumulative impact zone.
What is that? Are you referring to the cumulative impact zone? Yes, because we don't actually have a cumulative impact zone in the city anymore. That was removed but by legislation a couple of years ago, and we haven't introduced one yet. Although there is talk of that, but it wasn't. This area wasn't in the previous one. If it's any help to you, but it is now irrelevant.
Just to explain, in what zone the property falls into, it is in the city centre leisure area, primary retail frontage zone, and primary retail area.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, our next speaker, please. Just introduce yourself and please go ahead.
Alan Mitchell, Apartment 1D. I agree with everything Nick said. There is one specific thing which applies to Apartment 1C and to Apartment 1D, and that is that we have balconies which overlook the rooftop area. So we're within the line of sight of people on the rooftop. People can see right into our balcony and into our bedroom from there. We are facing a situation where every night we could have up to 120 people laughing, talking, shouting 20 yards away from us when we're wanting to use our facilities in our flat. We've raised the question of the sound installation and the door opening and closing. And as the applicant said when he was talking about the issue of people drinking and seating, in real life it doesn't work out like that. We are deeply, deeply concerned that every single night we are effectively going to have the noise of 120 people right in our face in our balcony and going on to the bedroom if we haven't heard enough.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
to make a
Mr.
point,
Backhouse, yeah.
the photograph that you've got is from apartment 9, which is so that's looking down. So that we're somewhere above. So what Alan is referring to is virtually on the same level as the roof terrace.
Which floor, sorry, was apartment 9?
It's effectively the 10th floor.
Okay, and the level that you're on, please.
1.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. That's noted by the committee. Would you like to address that specifically, or would you like to hear from somebody else first?
I would like to hear all the opinions, and I think it will be.
Yeah, I think
helpful to save time.
that's sensible. Let's do that. So, you're next, please, Mr. Close.
No, Blair King, apartment 3.
Okay, and the page number that you've
56, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think there's too much to add. There's a long history of public nuisance from noise in the local area. It affects me personally. Mental health issues, sleep deprivation is an existing concern. Our experience with the pig and whistle, which the applicant has mentioned, so I'll mention as well, was horrendous 7 years ago, and it was both the revelry outside, but also when they tried to contain the noise, it was the bass, and that has a particular low frequency which permeates through most things, and that would thump till 2 in the morning, and it was lots of medical visits associated with that. So I'm really concerned about the description of a restaurant bar. Who eats food at 2 in the morning? What time does the kitchen close, and what time does it actually lights dim? It's a nightclub. We've seen that with Gonzo's, and I love the place. Great burgers, and it turns into a nightclub till 2. It's brilliant. It feels like this is what is going to happen 15 metres from my bedroom, and I can't go through that again. Additionally, my daughter, whose bedroom is even closer to the venue, I mean, you could throw a paper dart and land on the roofs happily. She's 11, starts high school next year, and it's going to have, needs to come home and study through all of those years, and it's going to have 120 people on the roof, making the noise that we know is going to happen every night of the week. It's going to be horrendous. And then, of course, the bass permeating through the walls until 2 a.m. to sleep. So it's not just sleeping against everything you want to do in your home before that point. The applicant has mentioned the noise from the doorway. We won't even hear it. I hear that, I think it's Bella Italia in the alleyway at the moment. Every single time that kitchen door opens, so the staff and smoke in the alleyway, I hear it. It's, but I'm used to that because it's only 2 or 3 kitchen staff. If that's going to be, what the doorway on the rooftop's going to be like constant, 120 people, it's going to be thunderous. And if the rooftop application is not successful, and they do indeed, as you suggested, so go to the alleyway, that's going to be horrendous as well. And they'll have people reveling in the alleyway, which is very different to a couple of Bella Italia people just having a cigarette. It's going to be loud, and it funnels through there into the building. And I like the idea of restaurants in the city centre. I live in the city centre because of the things the city centre offers, and I want something like this to be successful. I just don't see why it needs to be on a rooftop, adjacent residential area, and until 2 in the morning for music.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Backham, did you want to
clarify? Bella Italia is the restaurant which is next door to the premises that's being applied for.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now Mr. Close.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
James Close, Department.
Can you just indicate the page number, please, so we can reference
it's,
that?
36.
Thank you.
So I think in the submission I made reference to the fact that we are surrounded by a number of restaurants on both Timber Hill and Westgate and along Red Lion Street, all of which appear to operate very well and I think are all closed before or by 2300 hours. None of them have music licences that I'm aware of. And as I say, they operate with little impact to our local ambience and our ability to live happily in our homes. I made the comment before, this does appear to be an application to set up a nightclub. As Mr. Keane just said, I'm pretty sure no one's going home at 2 in the morning to go and get a 3-course meal with the intent of leaving at 2:30. I should imagine, and I can only speculate, forgive me for that, but most kitchens start to be going down relatively early and the bar will be open until 2:30, and we will be subjected to that noise every single night of the week, which will be untenable. I have a daughter that is currently a medical student, and it's not only the issue around her having a quiet space to study. Her bedroom looks, as many of the bedrooms do, straight over the rooftop. But she also, as part of her medical degree, has to work shifts. So when she comes home from a night shift, there will be 120 people on a roof terrace making noise throughout the day, which will prevent her from quite clearly getting the sleep that she needs to be able to perform her medical role, let alone study in an appropriate environment. So I think I strongly oppose any rooftop activity. I think it's clearly shown on the plan, and I've made some very quick notes about seating. There's less than 30 seats on each one of the levels, and yet there is a fully functioning bar on every single level. I think that's somewhat unnecessary unless this application is for, as I say, a music venue that is going to operate late into the night and become a nightclub. I firmly believe that, as much as the applicant has tried to assure us it's not. I'm very sorry, but I don't think that would be the case. I think that if the licences to be given, it should be very much shy of 2,300 hours, as does all the other venues in the local area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to address that, please?
Can I ask you, in what sense do you think that the bars are unnecessary on the different floors? Why do you think it's unnecessary?
I'm fairly sure that, I'm fairly sure there's a lot of venues in the city that cater for more than 250 people and have a single bar. We seem to be catering for,
Thank you.
It would appear, less than 30 people on level 1 and less than 30, or around 30 people perhaps on the ground floor, and yet you've got bars in those areas catering for those very small numbers, and yet you still want to have a bar, an open air bar, which I might well add will mean that in that bar area we'll have chillers, we'll have glass collectors, we'll have glass bins. The noise coming from a bar is tremendous when we're talking about a part of the city that essentially closes down around 7 o'clock in the evening. That part of the city, due to its retail position, means that the part of the city is emptied. The restaurants are there that operate very well at very low level of noise disturbance. And as Mr. Keane said, we're really happy to have all of those facilities. What we're not happy to have is a bar outside our bedroom windows with the potential of 125 people there until 11 o'clock every night, and a venue that's open until 2:30 that essentially was only going to be playing live music during dinner for a couple of hours, yet quite clearly you've already stated that it's going to dim the lights and everyone's going to have a great time vibing to a singer with recorded music. So I'm really, really worried and concerned for our livelihoods here. I've got a daughter going to medical school who does not need this, and I don't need it either, if I'm perfectly frank. I've got a job, I have to work, and that doesn't fit in with the hours in which you're proposing.
Okay, so just before you answer that, I think there's a real point there. I think members of the public are asking for reassurances about how you wish to manage sound within the building. You can address the point about why you wish to have bars on each level, and also in terms of management of the roof terrace as well. I think that's where the concerns have come from all of our speakers.
The reason I picked up the reference to the bars, I think that it's a nightclub. the whole point of having different bars in the different floors is actually, I would like to take this opportunity as a marketing of the business. That is about the quality of the service that we would like to offer to our customers. Because, you know, even if it weren't to be for tower blocks, even if I had no objections from any neighbors in the area, so this is already something that I've been doing, not like proposing to do. At the end of the day, there are places, like you say, which I don't really like it, because not only for you, like controlling the noise, not only for the neighbors, also internally is a really, really big issue in most venues. Sometimes you go to a pub, I mean, I used to live in Golden Triangle, I used to go to Anthem Cards, and I remember like on the weekends, I can't even hear my friends because of the like human noise. That is really annoying. Maybe it's not disturbing people outside, but yeah, you can't hear each other, and it just gives you a headache. So in most places, the noise control is being always ignored. However, what we do, even internally, and obviously it will be externally. Internally, what we did, like we used some fire dust which has got acoustic insulation qualities, and plus soundproof plasterboards, and plus some soundproof isolation rules. And this is not for the neighbors, this is for like our customers in the building. Because what I would like, when people gets the ambience music, I would like them to be able to hear each other, but on the other hand, not disturb to the neighboring tables. So I already take all these precautions and I already implemented them, so they're all in use. On the other hand, I just want to give you a little bit information regarding the plan application. Please don't say this is irrelevant, but it is very relevant to...
It's completely irrelevant to this committee. Utterly and completely irrelevant.
As an answer to the gentleman's various concerns.
As you will, that nothing you say regarding the planning will be able to be thought about by this committee.
Yeah, we won't be able to take it into account because it's it may be a planning matter rather than a licensing matter. But I think perhaps for the public, they may like to hear what you plan to say. So please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to, as they are neighbour and having concerns. That's why I wanted to make this comment. Because when we were just preparing this plan application, and when I met the council officers on site, we've gone through, believe me, everything that you mentioned in your letters. And also council officer, they also mentioned some of the items that maybe you didn't even think of it, that I didn't even think of it. So when we just came to this committee, so everything was just thought 2 or 3 times and just modified accordingly. Regarding the noise issue, believe me, it is a matter for me more than it is to you. Because at the end of the day, if it would be a matter to you, so I will be living with the ongoing argument with my neighbors, which I don't like to do that. So at the end of the day, this way or another, if there might be an issue, so it has to be resolved. This, but then again, like everything has to be based on scientific facts. So when we were just like discussing the noise levels and everything regarding the rooftop test, so we just had like a quiet email exchange with Sam Nicholson, and we also had like really long, thorough conversation. And the final conclusion is there will be a noise impact assessment eventually, because at the end of the day, rather than like making assumptions and then try to make a decision based on the assumptions, we should just be better to work out based on the scientific facts. So there will be a noise impact assessment along the time, and you know this premises license application came to this task after all of these points has been discussed. And I just want to assure you that I don't really want to have any, I don't want to appear as a nuisance to my neighbours. I want you to be my customers. So I'll do my best anyway, but so far I did I did take all the measures that I could take.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please do, Mr. Backhouse.
You mentioned scientific facts. So what are the scientific facts which relate to the noise from 100 people, or 120 people, being amplified up into our bedrooms and onto balconies? What science has been applied there to reassure us that we are not going to be affected by the noise of 120 people till 11 o'clock at night?
To be honest, I can't really individually say whether you are personally affected or not, because some people could be really noise sensitive, some people could not be. So therefore, there are like legislations in place. In like similar establishments, when they are being established, so there are like legislation put in place. They say, I mean, to a certain perimeter distance from the premises, the sound level should be at a certain level. So as long as it provides that, it means that it is perfectly fine. But on the other hand, I mean, if you are one of those people like me, sometimes really can be annoyed from a car passing by the street, I would totally understand you. But on the other hand, I can't do much about it as long as it falls into the legislations.
I think what we're addressing is we have experience as a form of science.
I know,
We have an existing experience with a venue that has up to 16 people at a similar distance from us, and so we know what that's like, and we know the hours that we experience that. And I think that is, I would describe that as almost tolerable, and on occasions intolerable, but those occasions are infrequent. What you're proposing is 8 times magnitude on top of that, consistently, at much more pervasive hours of the day. So there's a vast difference in our experience here. We need to avoid this.
Mr. Keane, I know Big and Whistle, and I know also another bar on the other side of the town block. And for almost a year, I just observed Big and Whistle, and I've been there as a customer, and I also stood behind my property, and I literally spent hours, especially late in the Saturdays and Fridays, and I also tried to address the issue coming from that establishment. And what I think, in fairness to him and also to you, the Westgate Street years ago, it wasn't such a busy street. It was really quite street. But since maybe pandemic, maybe within the last few years, Westgate started becoming a really busy street. And when I look at Pig and Whistle, most people who just causes the real disturbance, and this is my observation, mostly they're not their customers. There are people who as they're walking by, they just like stick there, and then they don't even go inside. They just sit to the banks right near the churchyard, and they just drink their own beers, not the alcohol that they actually purchased from Big and Whistle. The drink that they got.
Excuse me, I'd just like to interject here, because I think we're talking about another premises, and members of the public have explained that they are experiencing noise from that premises, and the committee can make its own assessment of whether there'll be noise emanating from 120 people below their windows, and so members of the public can be reassured that is noted. I think we're repeating ourselves a little bit, and I think we need to sort of come to some conclusion quite shortly. I can see Mr. Backhouse wants to speak, so please do.
I'm just picking up the point that's been made. We have no reassurance at all during this hearing that the noise from 120 people through to 11 o'clock, 20 yards from bedroom windows, is going to be acceptable, and how it's going to be controlled. All we've had is words that say it's under scientific guidance, things will be controlled. We have absolutely, I'm speaking on behalf of, I think, everybody in this room, on this side of the table, we have absolutely no reassurance at all how our lives are going to be affected by 120 people through to 11 o'clock at night on that terrace.
Okay.
And I think for everybody, that's our real concern here.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think the committee has noted that the applicant hasn't been able to give reassurances about the roof terrace in particular. I understand that the applicant has described some noise reducing measures within the fabric of the building that he believes will not allow noise to escape from the lower floors onto the roof terrace. So one of the questions I have, and then we'll hear from councillors as well before we conclude. One of the questions I have is, can you give some reassurance to the committee and members of the public about the level of noise should you not have the roof terrace in place, or if the roof terrace is empty, if you do have permission for it? Can you give assurances that there will be about the level of noise that will come through the roof, or any roof lights, or any windows on the edge of the building, please?
Well, regarding the roof lights, I already explained. So they're all like triple glazed, and
Yep.
also like another 3mm like toughened glass.
Okay, thank you.
Glass,
That's noted.
And regarding the maybe light, actual light coming from inside, so they will be all frosted anyway, because when people walk in on the roof, so people inside shouldn't see anything from bottom. And regarding the noise level, I mean, as I say, I didn't just get an instrument and measure the sound level, but as I say, I observed the Westgate Street and Red Lion Street from the back of my property. You're talking about maybe 100 people on that. I mean, we're not sure every day there are going to be 100 people or less, but obviously we have to think about the maximum amount of people. And on Westgate Street, almost at any given time, there are like 100 people walking and talking. So this is city and leisure centre, so I can't really say, maybe if it were to be maybe on Ocean Road or Deering Road, somewhere deep in the residential units, maybe I would be speechless, but this is town centre, and I don't really know what else to say. That there will be a noise effect assessment will be done, that's for sure, and then I can only tell you what exactly the noise level would be. But then again, we can't do it yet because we are waiting for the plan application to be heard by the committee, or maybe just.
Okay. Thank you. Before you come back on that, the committee notes that there is background noise in a city centre at all times, and that can have the effect of reducing the impact of premises. What members of the public are concerned about is when the city centre quietens down for the evening, apart from the bars and restaurants in the area, and particularly late at night. So when other bars and restaurants are closed, you're proposing to remain open. So members of the public, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're seeking reassurances about what kind of noise would emanate both from the. There's two separate elements to this, because you've described a number of measures that you've taken to the fabric of the building to stop noise escaping, and then there's also the element of the proposal to have members of the public on the roof up to 120 at a time. So taking those separately, if you don't have a roof terrace in place, what reassurances can you give about noise emanating from the property beyond 11 o'clock when the surrounding area has gone quiet, and also as a separate measure, what kind of controls will you put on those 120 people who may be on the roof terrace until 11?
I read the sound report of Harrods rooftop terrace bar, and also Expedia's in London, because they had an issue with the local residents. And when you look at it, like the Harrods rooftop terrace bar is right in the middle of Knightsbridge, and it is seriously surrounded with the residential units. It's not just like one tower block, there are lots of residential units. And obviously, So I've gone through the reports, and then I also looked at the solutions that the sound engineers just suggested to them regarding the measures to be taken. And interestingly enough, they 60% of the sound control was managed by the plants around the garden. You may shake your hand, you may like it or not, but I mean, that's the fact. If you like, I can give you a copy of the report so you can just look at it. But I mean, all I'm saying is the bamboos, they're really effective. And also there are like 4 different kind of plants, evergreen plants, that you can use. Imagine this is our rooftop terrace, yeah? So you can just use them in conjunction with each other. So that helps the sound waves to travel abroad, and also internally allows people kind of like insulation, sound insulation. So this is the easiest and closest measure to be taken. And what I discussed with the planned application, if need be, there might be a pergola system. A pergola system could be installed.
Okay, we're talking about planning application that's not been submitted or
that's why I didn't
approved.
want to mention.
Okay, thank you. Again, we're going over, we're repeating some of the items we've already covered, and you're suggesting that some pot plants will have the benefit of negating the noise from 120 people, and if that is the case, the committee would have liked to have seen that scientific evidence. Without that, we cannot accept that necessarily, although we understand that you're making that claim, and that's noted. Members of the committee, I haven't asked you specifically to ask questions yet, so Councillor Kidman, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and there's 2 areas, roughly speaking. We're talking about the impact of the customers on the roof terrace, and we're also talking about the impact of the customers inside. And one of the areas of concern with the customers inside is the provision of music, and I just need some clarity, I think, on because the loudspeakers, background music, if you like, recorded music, is going to be subject of an impact assessment. I'm just not clear about how I can right now assess that as part of what we're talking about. Separately, the live music wouldn't, I imagine, maybe you can clarify, have any bass. There wouldn't be a drum, there wouldn't be a bass guitar. What you were talking about was a single instrument such as a guitar, cello or violin, which presumably would be amplified through the means of a portable amp, otherwise obviously
to the central speaker systems.
And the speaker systems, yes, and that would have no bass. But I don't want to put words into your mouth, but that live performance, from what you're saying, and as I say, it'd be good if you could clarify, would be a cello, violin or guitar with either instrumental or with a singer, but would essentially be acoustic, although amplified. Exactly. But as I say, sorry if I'm repeating myself, that to me is potentially quite different from pre-recorded music that could have a thumping bass as part of it, but that's subject to an impact assessment. So I'm not sure how I can assess that.
When I make this application, I added everything that I can foresee that I may want to do, and some of the things that maybe it never is going to happen. But at the end of the day, most things goes on to the market conditions, because I may just like bring a celloist and maybe a soprano, but then again, no one's going to like it. So I may not have to use this. But then again, in my ideal world, I think that a beautiful acoustic music or solo music would be great, because that's what I think. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But then again, I just try to put everything that I have in mind into this application, including the opening and closing times. For example, I say 2:30. It's only for 2 days, and the remaining days I say about like 1 o'clock. But maybe, I mean, looking at the area from my observation, most nights the entire place would be closed about like 11:30, 12:30, entire space, because that's not the location to allow this. But on the other hand, maybe in summer times, that might maybe a couple of months or something, I may have to extend the opening times. So from my previous experience with the council, so I thought that let me just go to the furthest extent in this application, and I may just practice it, or I may not practice it, but at least let me be as fair and clear to the council as much as also the member of public as much as possible, whether it will be practiced or not. But regarding the live music, live music and recorded music, so there were my misunderstanding regarding them. So that's why they've been modified. Because when I mean recorded music, I just thought that maybe a USB or maybe a Spotify playlist or anything like that. But then again, obviously in the council terms, it is just considered as like dancing and things like this. So that's why we modified most of the things, because actually, for some reason, although I didn't mean to, I came across to I came across as really further than my own intentions. So the live music will be only on the first floor, and I said like DJ music. When I said DJ music, I don't mean like a bar, club, night kind of stuff. As someone who is basically managing the music, looking at the atmosphere, because as I said, this is going to be a restaurant bar, which a little bit more spice in it. It's not going to be a nightclub. It's not going to be a bar as well, because in my plan application, if I intended to run it as a bar, I would apply the change of use as a bar. But in the plan application, we still keep it in Class E, which is predominantly restaurant and offering like alcohol and drinking services. So that's why we still keep it.
Chair, that's been an awfully long bit of conversation. There are some matters I think you need to clarify before proceeding forwards. At one point, the applicant said live music only on the first floor, which I think is the first time that's been said.
It is.
Is the application as received for live music on other floors, please? That was to the licensing team. Well, I think it was actually applied for across all three, but you can tell me I'm wrong.
Okay, so Mr. Arstendock, while we begin.
Rules that out, so that would include both.
Yeah.
But the location, but then it changed.
Well, you have withdrawn the outside.
Because we already withdrawn that.
Just checking whether the first floor is also withdrawn, Chair.
First floor, not withdrawn.
Sorry,
because
my mistake, ground floor.
Ground floor.
I don't have space to do live music in the ground floor anyway.
Yeah, you've asked for it. We're trying to work out what there is to think about. Are you withdrawing live music as a licensable activity from the ground floor?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, no problem. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Arstendock, for the remainder of the hearing, which we will have to conclude quite soon, can you just try to keep your answers short and answer the questions directly with succinct answers, please? Mr. Backhouse, thank you.
Can I ask if the suggestion is it's going to be exactly as you described, sort of guitar, cello? Will that be licensed? So that if drums were brought in, that would be against the licence?
It's a bit of early legal advice. Unless the applicant makes it a condition, then he has complete discretion over what live music means, numbers and so on. So unless the applicant says he wishes to introduce that condition, then no, it won't be controlled.
Chair. a very short comment.
Yes, please.
Just with regards to the comment made about the fact that the music will depend on basically the vibe and the customers in the establishment, so picking up the councillor's point about if it's a cellist or a violinist or you know, if the clientele aren't happy with that, then are we going to then hear bang bang thump thump music until 2:30 in the morning? So I raise that as a concern. And my second concern is the fact that the applicants made reference to the fact that when the lighter evenings come and the weather turns for the better, that there'll probably be longer opening hours. Well, they're the hours in which we probably want to ventilate our properties, and the disturbance will become far greater. So I just want that to be probably taken into consideration, because we too do need to ventilate our properties. We don't want to be trapped in our own apartments and flats with the windows closed to try and block out noise, disturbance and light. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, that's noted. So regarding live music, we heard earlier that you've changed your application to indoors only, and the hours are as set here. You've not made any changes to those. That is correct, isn't it? We went for indoors
I think
only.
with live music, we started with both, then we went to indoors only, and I think following the latest, it's live music only on the first floor and nowhere else.
Only on the first floor.
That's my understanding. Is that?
Well, can we just make it clear once again?
Use your mic, please.
Oh, sorry. Can we just make it clear once again? Because to be honest, apologies for my ignorance, but in legal term for the council, what exactly live music means? Could you just clarify it once again for me, please?
So in terms of
in the license and objectives, what live music refers to exactly?
Not recorded. How about that?
No, because I asked the same question to the council officers who visited me before, so I realized that I totally misunderstood the meaning of the live music, because I thought live music is just performed live, but obviously that has got different definition for the council in the license and objectives. So that's why I just want to hear it once again, so that I can tell you.
No,
right. But the clarification I asked for was to your confirmation: live music only on the first floor, not on the rooftop terrace, not on the ground floor, just the first floor.
Rooftop terrace, there is not going to be any music, even a whistle. So we just already cleared that. I mean, regarding the live music,
I think that's a yes then to the amendment of that application. I'm grateful.
Thank you, David. I think Mr. Arsendock is asking about the definition of live music. It is correct that it is music that is performed rather than played through a system. So it is somebody performing that live music on the spot rather than recorded and played through a system. So with that definition, are you happy to proceed as you've indicated?
Then, I think there's no point to bring a condition to the ground floor either, because at the end of the day, I mean, the objections to the music and the noise and everything is just mostly targeted to the rooftop terrace and the possible impact of the noise level. So ground floor has got nothing to do with the neighbours, and the first floor almost has very small impact to the neighbours. So then I don't want to put any condition to that.
I can't work out whether you're retrenching or not, but I did ask you several times whether you were amending your application for live music only on the first floor. You're not?
No, I'm not amending it.
Are you amending it in any way then? Because it's your application and we need to know, where are you intending live music to take place, please?
Only indoors, Mr. Lawrence. Only indoors. First floor, ground floor.
Okay, I think that's clear. Thank you.
And there's only first floor and ground.
And the times that you've given here: Thursday to Sunday from 7 o'clock, Thursday to Saturday until midnight, Sunday until 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. And are there any other restrictions that you wish to offer for the reassurance of the public or the committee? or are you happy to close off live music as it is in terms of your application?
To be honest, live music can be limited to even like 10 o'clock, because the intention for the live music is only a music to accompany to our customers having their dinner. So live music is not after, we don't intend to do live music after 10:30 or anything like that. So,
okay. So do you wish to amend the times for live music?
The reason I just put it like a little bit later than what my intention is, because there might be some birthdays or events and occasions, and people might just, when they book their event, they may want to have it later times. So I just wanted to cover anything that might happen in that sense. But as an establishment, my plan is different. That's why I put it this way.
This committee is going to have to consider what you're applying for, maximum, not what you might want, minimum. So, as the chair asked, do you wish to amend page 12 at all regarding the closing times?
And we can just like change it to 11 p.m. off.
11 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, that's noted. Okay, so just a question that has arisen from that. You've said that you only want to have live music while your customers are dining. So until 11 o'clock, you're suggesting now. But you've asked for your late night refreshment licence to go well beyond that. So will you be serving meals beyond 11 o'clock in your restaurant?
There will be like not the a la carte menu, but there will be snacks and some canapes and light food will be served.
Okay, so you're proposing to offer main meals until 11 and bar food, snack food after that time. Okay, that doesn't need to be a condition, does it? It's just useful perhaps for people to know that. Okay, thank you. More questions. Councillor Colson, is that on that?
It's a different one. It's a different question.
We'll have Councillor Colson because we haven't heard from her yet.
On page 55, you've got Jill Ward and Neville Ward, and one of our areas of concern is about ensuring the bin collections. Now I know that other applications that were done, you know, obviously you've got three bars you're saying you want to have there. Is there any way that can be stored inside and then being taken outside the next day, so that the people who are living in the towers aren't going to be able to hear all of your bottles going in, say 11, 12 o'clock at night? And would you consider a condition have the bin collections the next day, so it's not going to be like at 6 o'clock in the morning, like they're saying Tesco's coming at 7. Will you have a condition so that's a certain time that bin collections can be collected on whatever day it is?
To be honest, I can't put it as a condition because it is not in my control, because I'm not collecting the bin and the waste myself, and I have to work with the companies, and so far I tried two, BIFA, and there's also one other company, and they only come at their own time, because Benetel has been either collected in the morning or in the afternoon. So I can't dictate them that you should come at this particular time or another time, because unfortunately it's out of my control. And,
okay, thank you. Can you indicate periods of time when definitely collections will not occur? So BIFA, for example, are unlikely to come at 2 o'clock in the morning. Can you indicate times when the collections will not occur? And would you be prepared to offer that as a condition, so outside of those hours?
To be honest, I wouldn't mind giving you a time to offer as a condition, but already the waste collection companies are just legally operated within the hours given to them. So even if I want them to come at like 11 o'clock, they won't. So they already come within their permitted operative times. So I mean, in their option given to me, either like early in the morning or in the early in the evening. So I picked the early in the morning time, so they come and collect about like 7 o'clock or something.
Well,
That's
what I would suggest is if Bellatalia next door has a certain collection at a certain time, surely it would be obvious to have that yours collected at the same time. So you could have a condition of 7, 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever time they actually do. As I was just saying, as a condition, so that the people living in the flats haven't got a hair at 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, all these bottles being emptied from a bin. And the other thing I asked you was, you've got 3 bars. Would you be storing that inside, or would you be having that put in the bins that night?
Yeah, the only reason that I have the bars is just like to be able to deal with the waste disposal much efficiently, and also like for the service purpose anyway. So I don't know whether I should just put as a condition, but normally some of the businesses in that area, they just get like, they have really large bins, and it is collected like once or twice in a week. However, I don't have enough space to store really large bins, so the measures that I take, like glass crushing machines internally, and smaller waste bins, but like more often collection. So that's how we will operate. That's the only measure that I could manage to take in terms of like waste collection.
Okay, thank you for that.
Can I just ask then, because my question wasn't answered?
No, it wasn't, and I was about to address that. Yeah, we'll have Mr. Close first, please.
Sorry, just supplemental to that, where we've got really good relations with our neighbours in the area, and we've got where there is a lack of formal agreement. We have got agreement with those restaurants that they don't empty their glass bins past 9 o'clock at night, so that we're not interrupted by huge falls of glass into big bins, into the early hours, which I think is your point. Yes, exactly. So we have got that with a number of our neighbours that haven't got formal conditions in place. It would be great if the applicants were able to make a condition that they weren't to empty their glass bins in an outdoor area past a particular time.
That's fine. I mean, I could say that it won't be later, say after 9 o'clock or whatever in the night, it won't be. The only reason you think that I didn't get your question back, because I can't give you exact times when it's going to be collected, as you suggested.
No, I understand that, but you could have, taken it off the premises or storing it somewhere until the next morning, then put it in the bin.
Yeah.
You could have given me that answer.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question? I think we've established that you're offering a condition that you won't be emptying glass into your outside bins after 9 o'clock. Are you also extending that to a period in the morning before which you won't be emptying your glass into the bin? So is there a time?
Regarding the late night, yes, I agree. In the morning, it works with the waste collection company.
Okay, so we need a cut-off time.
No emptying of glass into external containers after 2100 hours. There's nothing else, Chair. There's none, or before at the moment.
No, there isn't. We may need that.
If it's not offered, it will need to be for yourself. If the principal help is successful, you'll be conditioning. So matter for later then.
Okay, thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Kidman again, please.
Thank you, Chair. It was a question going back to the noise leakage, and it was discussed or proposed that the roof terrace, if licence is granted, will be closed at 10:30, and we're just pondering how that's practical, given that there might be
2300 hours, Councillor.
Sorry, I'll be more clear. Closed at 2300 hours, but at what point? Because I've written down closing the terrace at 10:30 to the public, so that nobody will be coming in and out of that door that faces the terrace after 10:30. That's what I've understood. So that there will be half an hour between 10:30 and 11 where staff will be going up, clearing tables but there won't be anybody coming in and out of that door after 10:30. And if that is the case, and I've understood that correctly, how is that practical, where people might be sitting down, sort of finishing their meal, finishing their drinks, and if 10:30 is the stipulated time, is that something that should be a condition? Is that something that's a licensable condition?
10:30 wasn't the condition. 11 o'clock is the condition, the closure of the time. So 11 o'clock is the closure of rooftop terrace entirely, and before then, at what time guests will leave, because there's not always guaranteed that there will be people, maybe even one single person at the rooftop terrace. We never know. So I can't. Maybe there's no point having any condition on it, but like 10:30 or 10:15, or like 10 to 11 or anything like that. My responsibility is closing the rooftop terrace at 11 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. That's what you've offered. That is what we will consider. So just for clarification, you don't propose to have any drinking up time for the rooftop terrace, and do you propose to have a last orders time?
Drinking up time, which is suggested by the police, is relevant to all sections of the premises anyway. So obviously, it's also valid for the rooftop terrace. So it's not something, because it's a condition for the entire property. So
you may have misunderstood it.
Yeah, we haven't covered this particular element of it, and it's a good question that Councillor Kidman has raised, because we don't yet have a restriction on drinking up time or last orders for the
rooftop terrace alone. No, we don't. No. You amended the supply of alcohol globally to take account of the drinking up time. You didn't make any separate change for supply of alcohol to the roof. No, it's safe to say close at 2300 hours.
Yeah, because it just applies to the entire property regarding supply of alcohol, including the time. But what matters for the rooftop terrace, I think, is the closure of the rooftop terrace. So therefore, there is no need to put any separate condition to the rooftop terrace.
There might be, and again, this is your application, and you're submitting your application as you see fit. It was asked of you to have a 15-minute period between the last order and the closure of the premises. We've established that you intend to close the roof terrace at 11 o'clock. But because your proposed closing times are later than 11 o'clock across the rest of the premises, we don't yet have a drinking up time or last orders for the roof terrace. Would you like to offer that in accordance with what has been suggested? So 10:45, for example.
Practically, that's what happens, so it will be fine.
Okay, so just to confirm, that's what you're offering.
Yeah, practically, it's the same thing. So you name the actual fact anyway.
Sorry, Chair, was that last supply of alcohol? Or where's that from?
Well, again, that's a matter for the applicant. Is that last supply of alcohol? Does that fit in with the recommendation from Public Health? That's what I understood it to be.
Doesn't really cover last orders, the public health one.
Okay, so we've got the supply of alcohol, which has been 15 minutes before closing time across the entire venue, but because the roof terrace closes early, again, you may wish to fit
proposed
in.
Wording: no supply of alcohol to or on the roof terrace after 22:45.
Yeah, okay, that's confirmed. Thank you very much. Okay. Further questions from councillors, please? if there are any?
No.
No, okay. I'll come to you in a moment, Mr. Backhouse. May I just ask other members of the public that have not had a chance to speak yet, so people behind the table, is there anything that we haven't covered that you'd like us to cover, and if so, please indicate.
We've read it through.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Backhouse.
So the question was, we spent a lot of time talking about live music. Could we just clarify what the restrictions and the hours are for recorded music?
Application for recorded music's been withdrawn completely.
For the whole,
as I understand it,
all
for the
three
entire
floors.
premises. So you're left with, unfortunately, the matters you're allowed anyway under the law that aren't licensable.
Yeah.
Can we have just for everybody's benefit, a clarification of those matters, please?
Yes, Chair, and as I normally get it slightly odd, the safest way is to flag your... Oh, there we go, lovely. Page 24.
Yep.
So you don't need a licence for an amplified live music between 8 and 2300 on any premises. If the audience doesn't exceed 500, you can have amplified live music, so long as the premises authorises alcohol consumption. So that would certainly cover the ground and the first floor. It was also probably a workplace anyway. Recorded music, you don't need permission between 0800 and 2300. Again, authorises alcohol, provided the audience does not exceed 500, and it's logically not to exceed 500 in these premises. Recorded music under the Act means, as a licensable activity, it's above conversation level. You need to raise your voice to be heard. If it's merely in the background and your conversation can carry on as normal, then it's not licensable anyway, that's just background.
And there'd be no time restriction applied to that.
Yeah, which is where the conditions come in for example, no loudspeakers on the roof terrace at all.
Okay, thank you. Is that clearer to everybody? Is everyone comfortable with that explanation? Okay, thank you. Is there anything else members of the public would like to ask either the committee or the applicant? Okay, and again, looking to councillors and nobody's indicating. Well, I usually give an opportunity for the applicant to give some final words. So, in the shortest way you can, please, because we have given you a lot of time to speak, and I think we probably, we have been nearly 3 hours now. So, just if you'd like to just sum up and address the committee one last time.
Chair, it might help if I flag a couple of points before the applicant has closing. They
Yes.
will be extremely short.
Yes, please.
But committee will be considering noise controls. I understand your evidence. Thank you. Apologies. I understand your evidence to be that there is no lobby between the first floor and the rooftop garden. I understand your evidence to be that there will be a door inserted and that the door from the photograph has direct line of sight to the flats, certainly the flat where the photograph was taken.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you've got just a few minutes, please, just to talk.
Basically, we just want to make a new beautiful. We just want to make a new beautiful drinking and dining parlour. Also, a daytime trade coffee place, and we just like to be part of the community that we're going to be in, rather than a nuisance to our neighbours. And we just, even before the application was made, we've done everything that we could just think of possible in terms of fire precautions and sound insulations and other relevant matter. And all along, we've been always in consultation with the council So even the day when I got the lease, I just started incorporating with the council, and I made the pre-application advisory application and expand our intentions. And all the works has been in that direction since then. And I truly apologize if Mr. Beckhouse thinks that I didn't really take the neighbors' opinion in consideration. It's just because the premises license is a different application and plan application is a different application. Please don't think like that. It wasn't my intention. So you can just think that maybe this is the first time that I do this kind of business for myself. Because normally other people deal with these communication matters. So it's my mistake. I'm sorry for that. I didn't mean to. But other than that, we've done everything that we can do in cooperation with the council and the relative authorities, and I wish you to grant the application based on the facts that we discussed today.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes, so we have now a complete application that the committee will consider. I think we'll have a 10-minute break before we come back and discuss that amongst ourselves. So I'll ask members of the public if they wish to come back to hear the determination. I would say maybe 10 minutes plus another half an hour or so, so not before 1:45, please. So that gives people an opportunity to have some lunch and relax for a bit. If you need to use the toilets in the building, the women's is to the right as you go out across the corridor, and gents to the left again across the corridor and up the further corridor. Okay, so we'll see you soon, and thank you to everybody for bearing with us. Okay, good afternoon again. Welcome back to Norwich City Council's licensing subcommittee, Tuesday 7th of February, and we're considering the application for grant of a premises licence for 1 Red Lion Street in Norwich. And the committee's decision is that we will grant the licence not in full, but partially, so with a number of restrictions, further changes to the hours, and also some further conditions. David will give you the detail of those momentarily. So basically the restrictions we brought in are after considering all the elements that we discussed in a very long debate, so taking into account the members of the public and how the experience that they will likely to have, and also taking into account the account that you gave us, and especially regarding the control of noise elements. So David will read out the restrictions and then describe the appeal process and other matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this can only be a summary, effectively bullet points. The decision will follow in writing within 5 working days, or should. Under the statutory guidance, applicants are expected to provide licensing authorities with sufficient information to determine the extent to which their proposed steps are appropriate to promote the licensing objectives in the local area. It's unfortunate, but there are some areas where committee was not so satisfied. The committee has noted this is a premises very close to residential accommodation. You've mentioned the intended roof terrace could be used by up to 120 persons. The bedrooms are on that side. There are vulnerable occupants in some of those premises. Against that, committee has noted and appreciated you've withdrawn recorded music. You've proposed the no loudspeakers outside or on the roof terrace. You've mentioned the intended live music use is minor rather than major, but this remains an intention rather than an obligation, as it's not being put forward as a imposed condition or offered condition. The committee is very much concerned as to the potential for noise disturbance from the intended roof terrace. The committee has refused the application for the sale of alcohol on any part of the roof terrace. The committee has imposed a condition: there will be no public use of the roof area at any time. The reasons being disturbance both direct if there was public use, and disturbance from persons going to and from with no lobby, and possible noise disturbance. You've mentioned you control the alleyway after committee, which is appreciated, and due to the need for persons to go outside to smoke, they therefore need to be controlled to avoid, so far as possible, public nuisance arising. So the committee imposes 6 public to be a maximum number in the alleyway at any time. There are changes to hours. Live music, you've yourself amended to 2300 hours on the relevant days. But committee is concerned as to the proposed hours in what is felt to be this quiet area in the early hours of the morning, and therefore is amending the hours for licensable activities and the hours open to the public. In respect of late night refreshment, this is authorised for 2300 to 2330 hours on all days except Sunday, and Sunday it won't apply because you'll be not being open beyond the necessary hour. Regarding the supply of alcohol, on Monday through to Saturday, 12 midday start to 23:30. On Sunday, 22:30. Hours open to the public, conditioned to be closing 30 minutes beyond the last alcohol supply. In other words, midnight, Monday through to Saturday, 2300 hours on the Sunday. Chair, unless there's anything extra you wanted me to raise now, the remainder of the detail will be in the notice of determination.
Yes, I think the reasons that we've given to come to this conclusion is really about very much about the noise disturbance, and that is the number one licensing objective that's been brought up by members of the public. We hope we've reached a satisfactory limit for the members of the public, and obviously we wish you well with the business as you proceed.
Chair, I will cover appeal grounds when you're
yes, and of course members of the public have an opportunity to contact the council if this doesn't work. We note that it is later than some of the other venues in the area. In terms of the information that you supplied regarding the noise suppression and the technical elements that you put into the building, we are satisfied with that. So we're really concerned about the management of the public, both during the opening hours and especially when you close. So that's really the reason for the restriction there. And David will describe now the appeal process.
Yourself as applicant and any person who has made a relevant representation who is dissatisfied by any part of this decision may appeal the decision to a magistrate's court. That right should be exercised within 21 days of receipt of the written notification of the decision, as that is the final version of all the reasons and setting out matters clearly.
Can I ask a question about the appeal? If the applicant does make an appeal to the magistrate, how will we be aware of that?
If you would like to be informed of any appeal, then if you give your details to the licensing team, are you happy to inform the public?
Certainly, yeah.
I will not appeal.
That decision is a matter for yourself to take, perhaps after legal advice. You have that period to make the decision.
The reason being, because I'd like to take all the views in consideration, because this premises has never been used as a food and drink outlet before. So I would like to maybe experience the building for about a year and see if the concerns brought by the public is really valid, and also if I can just really manage this as I claim to do that. So I would like to take the first whole year as a time to experience the place and to see if there might be any issues coming on our way that we can deal with them, or if and also if everything goes right, at least it will be kind of peace of mind for my neighbours as well. So for that reason, I have no intention, and I will not appeal the decision. I will go ahead as it has been identified in your listing, and if there might be any variation required along the time, then I may just bring another application for the variation of the license. But right now, there's not going to be an appeal. So I just want to really experience the building with all the facilities and everything. And obviously, noise is a definite and important issue, which I totally appreciate that, which is also a matter for me. And rather than making assumptions and anything whatsoever, so if I were to come back, which I will regarding the rooftop terrace along the time, after feeling more confident about everything is just satisfactory to neighbours and also ourselves, so there will be a proper noise impact assessment, and all the operation hours and the facilities will be arranged according to the survey which is going to take place.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Of course, you are still entitled to change your mind if you wish to make an appeal within 21 days. But I think members of the public will appreciate, the objectors here will appreciate what you've said there. And like you said, it does give you an opportunity to manage the premise and demonstrate good management. And as you say, you have the right to make an application for variation at any time based on that record. Okay, so with that, I will draw this meeting to a close and thank everybody for their time, significant amount of time that it was today. And well, we needed to cover all the points, and we got there in the end.